Well, good morning, and it's a chilly one for sure. 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. It is sometime or another, I don't know, 26th of January, 26. Well, there you go, 26, 126. How about that? This is Risk Neutral Trading. It is my virtual trading journal. I trade stream every day from 8 o'clock, every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500 every afternoon. To ensure transparency and accountability, I do not take any trades off the stream. I'm not licensed to provide financial or trade advice, but I do trade live, as I said, every day. And it is a live funded account funded by me with my own dollars. And I execute primarily with Bookmap here. And my charting is IRT, investor.com, investor RT, sorry. So that's where we are. I'm not funded in any way or monetized by YouTube, so your likes and subs are really appreciated. And, you know, contribute in the chat. Where are you? What do you think? What's going on, etc. This is a pretty crazy time over here, as you may or may not know. There's some pretty shocking goings on. And this huge winter storm has got everything balled up. So fortunately, knock wood, we're okay. Power's on, and I hope everyone, obviously, if you can hear me, you've got your electricity. So good for you. I feel terrible for people and animals that are out in this mess, unprotected. Let's get on to the numbers. One thing I should say, I guess, is that as I mentioned earlier, the important to me that this fully accountable and fully transparent. So that's the reason for the stream and all those things. And I don't multitask well, so everything that you see on my charts is the video, and my voice over here provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment. So I have a full comprehensive journal to refer to at any time. All right, enough of that. Let's have a look at the numbers. Well, what are the numbers? Right there. There are the durable goods and the core durable goods release. It's been pretty well identified that a lot of the numbers that we get now out of, especially the admin, have been overstated, typically, like non-farm, etc., which is pretty disappointing. One thing I'd like to point out here, this is my oldest and go-to news source, which is investing.com. Obviously, you see these ads flapping all over the place. It's free. You can filter it for any time zone or interesting reports or reports that interest you. And I keep it free for a reason. Specifically, I want to make anything that's available here on the stream that I can be accessible to everybody. Obviously, Bookmap you got to pay for, and IRT you have to pay for. But, you know, why do you have to pay for news? I don't even notice these ads anymore. This new layout here I'm not very pleased with. It used to be much more concise. This remains the same layout for the economic calendar. You can, you know, filter for next week, today, whatever else. And one nice thing about IRT is, investing.com. You notice how these are links. So if you want to know what durable goods orders are really about, you can click that link and it will take you to historical releases, historical numbers, a chart of what's happened over many years, who puts it out, you know, everything about it. So that's pretty handy. What the recent releases have been, etc., shows you the trend of where we're going and what we're doing. And that's, I think a pretty important thing. The other, now it's also worth pointing out that we are in earnings season. And here's today. We've got the oil boys out there. Lumberjay was Sunday. Baker Hughes this morning. Tuesday is healthcare and some general stuff. But Wednesday's going to be a biggie. Wednesday's a couple of Mag 7 boys out there. This is Microsoft, Meta, and Tesla all on Wednesday afternoon, excuse me. Notice the quarter moon means it's going to release after the session, after 3, and the sun is before, right? And ASML, and on we go. Let's see what else is down here. Apple and Visa and MasterCard are on Thursday, and typically Friday's not much, but we got Exxon, we've got some oil boys. A lot of focus here on this oil stuff with all this skullduggery going on around Venezuela and Cuba now. Oh, and next Monday, Palantir, that ought to be a big one. I'm sure a lot of people will be excited about that. So that is investing.com, and that's why I choose to lean on that first. The second or more recent news that I pull up is Financial Juice, and I will tell you exactly why. This is a similar calendar function to investing.com. There's no links that you can follow to get in-depth information or anything like that. Oh, and I forgot to mention this. Investing.com only reports real economic events and calendar issues, reports. It doesn't go off into the weeds with somebody's going to give a speech someplace, which can be good or bad, okay? And in this case, in our environment now, that can be pretty bad because, look here, they've picked up just this morning since I started, I'm here from about 5:45. You see how Financial Juice pulls these? Trump's going to meet with somebody. Levitt's going to talk about something. Trump's going to have a policy meeting. Trump's going to have a radio interview. See all this kind of stuff here? You'll never see this on investing.com, but it's been recognized by, I think, anybody who's alive. These kind of events, though not typical economic events, can have a huge impact on our daily auction, our market. So I appreciate that. Then they have more of it now. Financial Juice has more of a squawk box feature over here where they drop these kind of things in at different times. So that's handy. Those are the news. And let's move on immediately to the I don't want to do that. No, I don't want to do that either. Pre-market. There we go. That's what I want to do. This is the Micro ES Renko chart. Micro NQ, the ES Mini market profile, and the Micro ES, my high time frame micro composite chart. I also have the same tab configuration for the minis, which are here. Now, let's get back over here to the micros. Something to point out first is on all of my IRT charting, in the header of each chart, you can see the name of the chart, which is meaningless to anybody but me, the instrument, the type of chart, the periodicity, and the session. So if there's ever any question, you can look up there. I also try to keep all coloring, the color of stuff, consistent between IRT and Bookmap. For example, the green for the initial balance high and low, the yellow for the developing volume point of control, the different colors for the VWAP and the mid, and you'll see that they're the same over here, okay, on Bookmap. Anyway, so there's that. Then we have the micro composite chart, which is my high time frame beauty. Do this however you want. Remember that all of the stuff on this stream, I'm talking to myself. Essentially, this is what I'm doing at this time. This is how I'm approaching the markets. as a trading business, not as a video game or as gambling. And I am by no means or imagination suggesting this is my way or the highway, right? If you've got a successful, consistently profitable methodology, let me know. I'm good for you, and don't change. So we have the high time frame chart, or my micro composite. This is the RTH session only, and these are daily bars. Ooh, and I'm on the wrong screen. There we go. High time frame only, micro composite, RTH session, daily bars. Wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them. In so doing, that generates a micro composite VPOC, high and low volume nodes, which are these represented by those green and red lines. And I can also, of course, now the high and low volume nodes, red and green lines, values push automatically to Bookmap. I enter the rest of the stuff in Bookmap myself. And the session prices also push automatically to Bookmap. So let's look at Bookmap. There we go. This is the DOME, order book, price ladder, whatever you want to call it. These are all the prices. Just they're there. That's where we are. And this is resting liquidity, not transacted orders, resting liquidity. This is my micro composite column where I manually enter the VPOC and in naked volume points of control, gap high, gap low, that kind of stuff. Keep your eye very closely peeled on 69.45. This has been a hot number, and and these are the high and low volume nodes. This has been a big number since the middle of last week. So be careful of that one, or at least, be aware of it. This is the full session volume profile, which starts plotting at 1700 every evening and continues through 1600 today. It's not the ETH, it's the full session or the Globex. This is the RTH volume point of control, which will reset at 8:30 this morning. And this is my statistics column, which is real important to me. These are the session prices, which are pushed automatically from Bookmap to Bookmap from IRT. And if anybody would like these, I share them with a lot of people, free, no problem. Just let me know, thumbs up and subscribe and drop something in the chat, and I'll hook you up with the CSV link for that. And you can put it in Cloud Notes, whatever your program of choice, any kind of indicator. And they push continually from Sunday night at 1700 through 1600 on Friday, every 30 seconds. So that's that. Notice there's no indicator on my Bookmap or my IRT. I only approach the market from price action, volume, and statistics. And I have a reason for doing that, which I'll talk about later. But okay, we have a POC, point of control, for the RTH and the full session. Now, POC is nothing more magical than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. 2,490 contracts have traded at 69 quarter half, or 66 half. The minute one of these prices is 24.91, this line will move there. The POC will go there. It's just a marker of price. The yellow line continues to plot just to give a visual understanding of where this POC is migrated to or from. There's also a Globex and a full set and an RTH session VWAP, which is volume weighted average price. And there is a mid for the RTH. Now, price that can be kind of confusing to some is the initial balance high and low because of the naming. It's from the market profile days. This means nothing more complicated than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's all. It's just a marker of the first 1 hour of the RTH session. There's a statistic associated with that that's long been known for years, and I'll talk about that after a bit, but that's what it is. Notice over here I put Blue Boy on the first tick of every of every session, and that is a real top secret indicator called a vertical line from Bookmap, and that's just a visual cue for me. If I glance left and see that line, and see that line, which I don't, there we go. What is going on, man? Jesus Christ. If I glance left and see that line, what is going on? Why is it doing that? I know that I have the full session in view, okay? And that's important to me for context. Okay, the statistics. The first thing I do is determine the open type for this session. And the way that you do that is very simple. If we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? There's a close, so it's higher. How does it compare to the previous RTH range? Well, to be honest with you, it is in range, and I am not sure if we can, there we go. Here's the previous RTH high, and the low is way down below us, so we're higher in range. So I changed the column title to reflect that. Higher in range. Friday was lower, right? And I do that because when I look back at a snap or the stream or anything else, I can see that title and of that column and know what the relationship of the overnight was, and where we opened. It's pretty handy. Next move is to determine the statistics for the associated session prices for today's open. And so we need to clear it Friday. There we go. And we need to jump over here and figure out where in the hell do those statistics come from? Well, again, data, statistically verified system. Easy. This is IRT. This is the statistics, my statistics study. We've just determined that we're going to probably likely open higher in range today. And how does this work? The session, the system looks back at the most recent 1,662 trading days. Of these days, we opened higher in range, 512 of them. Of the days where we opened 500 higher in range, we revisited the overnight volume point of control 80.9% of the time. Overnight volume point of control. Boop, and that's just as difficult as it gets. Now, I'm just going to go down the list. The next is the overnight mid at 74.8. Overnight mid. And I'm going to widen this out a little because I can see I'm getting them off, and that drives me crazy. And it's a short trip. All right, what's next? Overnight high, 74.4. Well, there's the overnight high right there, I want to see a IB high. Where's the IB low? IB high. Okay. Previous IB high is 68.0. And the reason I want to do that is I want to show you this. 68.0 IB high. And why did I do that? What the hell is going on? Okay. Because the minute we open, this flag is going to move down to price, wherever it is. Currently, we happen to be trading right on it. So, okay. But typically, it would be somewhere else, and I would not know what that was. So I want to remember that 68.0 reflected, yes, the previous RTH IB high. Okay. There you, and now I'll continue to input those. And I want to be real clear that these are not hard, fast lines in the sand, targets, predictions, anything. It's probabilities. Remember that. Really important. Really important. And the next thing I'm going to do now is the TLab, which is a snap I do every trading day. And it is to just kind of add a tip of my hat to somebody. Stand by one, and you'll see why I do this stream, because I can't multitask. Or two hoots in hell. All right. The TLab. It is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. Every day I post this screen grab. You might recognize it. There's a statistics study back there. I post this just to give people in there that don't have the same kind of charting capability, all the numbers and stuff they may find interesting. Now, stand by one. Okay, so yeah, the TLab was started by Tom B. He is a professional trader with about 46 years experience. I don't know that for a fact. That's what he says, and I believe him. You know, he has a good view and philosophy about trading. He does not trade live, nor does he call trades. And it is a Discord area. I don't recommend any other Discord place, on Bookmap, any of the other rooms, because I haven't been to them. I will say that in the TLab, you're never solicited for anything. So that's a good thing. And there's a good crew of people in there. So, yeah, that's the TLab snap. And I was quite active in there before I started streaming. And this is actually at Tom's suggestion to narrate the market, focus on the market, narrate the market. And because I don't multitask well, for me to keep up a journal, clicking and screen snapping and typing and stuff through the trading day is, a useless endeavor. But this is perfect. OBS is free. And here you go. That's the TLab. All right. So we're getting ready to open now in a few more minutes. And let's do something that you might find important. And that's to be able to trade with Bookmap. How the hell do you do that? Well, you must activate the trade control panel with this button right here. Here's the trade control panel. You must choose a way or a method that you will interact with the application to trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the active data column. If you choose DOM, the only place you can trade with your mouse are the DOM columns, and both is, as you might guess, both of them. The next thing I do is I religiously use and recommend multi-brackets, or whatever your platform, however your platform provides this functionality. It's bracket orders, and very definitely bracket orders. This is where I implement risk-neutral methodology to the system. to my trading. The smallest risk neutral package you can have is a 2-lot. The next thing you need to decide is a stop for the package. And the first criteria you better look at is your account risk parameters. If you're a prop guy, then you got a daily loss limit or whatever that story's all about. And if you're a real trader, you've got an account, and you better know what your account risk is, and you better understand that your prime directive, motivation, goal as a trader is to preserve your account, and then to logically to grow your account. And so risk management is the key. Once you've decided these values, and this should be decided long before 8:25 in the morning. It should be, during your homework period, well in advance. No emotion, no anything else. So here we have once this is decided, the first risk neutral scale or target is automatic. Hi, Panda. It's for half of the package, and it's for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. The minute this profit target is achieved, the worst you can possibly do on the trade is scratch, unless you're a donut and you move your stop away from entry. Hi, baby. I think he froze up in a lump. And then there's the runner. You can do any kind of magic stuff you want to figure out. That's what I do. I also, Panda, stand by one. I also am now, in accordance with my back testing, I'm using Execution Pro, and I am trailing to break even once the T1 has been achieved. Okay, so those two are set now. Now I can come over here. I have these parameters. I have a size of contract of my package. Notice that I have the same parameter values up here. You don't have, these can be turned off or on, but I like them. And I'll tell you why. I have no more need for the other tools in the trade control panel. So I can click the button again. Because we've chosen a way to interact with the system, it stays green. I have all my parameters. I get my real estate back. I have cancel all and close all. Now we're ready to rock. What? Now I got to pet the cat before she tears my leg off. What? Okay, got a minute to go here. I'm dodging the cat. So we're still under the previous RTH high, meaning that our higher in range is still valid. If they shoot it up here into the open, then it would be higher out of range. So let's hope not. And now remember that this is a dynamic market. So this is going to continue to move. The mid is going to continue to move. My cat's going to continue to move. What is wrong? She's all upset. I guess it's the weather. Okay, open in 10 seconds. Wait, baby. God. Okay. There we go. And this hasn't reset, and that's... Oh, I'm sorry, Pam. I'm sorry. So irritating. This thing is just choking, and I don't know why. There we go. God. Well, that's irritating. And now the next thing I need to do is change my charting over here to RTH session only. And I do that, big delays. I do that to keep the, so now this is Friday, and here's today. Oh, man. So irritating. I don't know what to do. Just too much data coming down the pipe. That's all there is to it. It's not, you know, this machine has a i9 12900K unlocked processor and 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM, and it chokes with only two programs running and only one tab visible, or you know, on IRT. What does that tell you? She's having a nervous breakdown over here. I don't know why. What was I doing? It's pretty weird. Pretty weird out. What a strange time we're living in, huh? Really weird. So here's our open. Come on. Here's our open. Get back to the tab of choice. Oh, big bump on the POC there. That's the open, typical. There we have the high and low. This has got a, you notice how there's a difference between the line indicator of the initial balance high and the flag. That's not a bug. It's known. It's a known condition, and that it's based on the fact that the cloud note column can only be set to refresh every minute. And the boys and girls who built this indicator obviously refresh it faster than that. And I know that to be the case because the data is pushed simultaneously from IRT to both. They both use the same data. You see now that it's caught up. So there we go. Okay, now we're going to have to get Blue Boy Jr. over here. And there you go. I guess that's good enough. Okay. Okay, what are we doing? Well, they're taking it up, which is not surprising. I mentioned it in the pre-market, but keep your eyes on this 45 level down here. That's been a huge, and now it's got a big liquidity sitting down there. It's a NVPOC. It's where the gap sort of close was, or low. It's the micro composite. These are all at the same spot. I just can't stack them together here on the cloud nodes or on the column. So let me see if everything's happening here. Well, there we go. I didn't get into it today, but I was too preoccupied in the pre-market. But look at Friday. Is that about the most perfectly balanced distribution you've ever seen? What would I expect today? Well, we traded up a little bit overnight. Inventory was basically long. So I would expect we're going to get some responsive selling to take profit, but you never know with this crazy environment and the crazy world that we're living in. Who knows what said what, you know? I think it's pretty strange what's going on. Don't recognize it here anymore. Don't recognize it anymore. POC's up there. We do have another naked VPOC up here at, there you are, at 83, the 83 handle there. So there's that. That's the MCVPOC. We've also got the 83. We've also got a naked volume point of control up here from the 16th. Notice the info box on my charting here. Wherever I put the mouse tells you the date and all the data about it. Yeah. What a mess. What a world. So obviously no scheduled reports or anything, but there's the ever-present danger of present danger of somebody saying something, Truth Social or whatever it is, and it's just you never know. That's why you need to be on guard and really, really risk aware. In my opinion. Remember, this is me talking to me. This is my virtual journal. The only way I get what I'm thinking into the stream is the voiceover. So, hence the incessant, continual dialogue, narration, as it's called, referred to by many others. Once upon a time, early on, I used to track and flag these migrating VPOCs with, I'll show you, with this guy right here. But I realized that if I used Blue Boy, the idea was to keep track of where the POC was migrating, and I was zoomed in to a point on the screen where I couldn't see where it had been before. So I realized that maybe it was better, since I think it's really important to be aware of context all day, every day, and I try to never trade against context, to keep Blue Boy on the job. And this, I realized, also didn't really tell me much information zoomed in because I didn't have sequential numbering on it. So how did I know what happened first, second, or last? Didn't know. And it kind of cluttered up this column, so I'm trying to streamline it. My goal here is to have everything I feel that I need to trade here on the hard right edge because I'm trading my money live. Very important to understand. This is a live AMP account. That's exactly why I'm trading micros. And I'll talk about the, vetting the trade. And I only take vetted trades, which means I have back tested them over a statistically significant data set and determined that they have an edge. In this case, the ones that I'm working at this moment are the initial balance high and low. Statistic. Going on here. Well, what have I missed here? Probably something. Kind of cold. I'm pretty old. And I got all the excuses all lined up here. Well, Panda's calmed down. Hey, Antonio, how you doing, man? Bon dia for multifripa. Colder than hell over here. I hope it's good where you are. Crazy times, huh? Wow. I just spent, when I'm not standing here at the desk, I jump in bed and put a pillow over my head. I just can't relate to what's going on over here now. Or worldwide in general, I guess. So it's a chilly morning. We've had a big pop up for whatever reason. And there we go. Pretty substantial volume too, actually. $114%, and we were clear up as high as whatever that is. And 3.5 points, or 3 7.75 points ATR, average true range, on a 1 minute. I want to do something here. I want to see what these calc statistics are. I might want to get rid of some of this stuff. Yeah, I can see that I want to get rid of that probably. It can't even open. There it is. Not so bad. I know what this thing. I don't even know what this thing does. I find stuff. I think it might be important, and then I figure out I don't know what I'm doing. I know what that is, but I'm going to get rid of them one at a time and see if it makes a difference for the choke time. Let's get over there. Well, they continue to keep jacking it up there. I don't know. Headed for that POC from the 16th, and then we've got a naked POC above us from the RTH. Why, you know? What's the wonderful thing that happened that is making the market fly up? It's just ridiculous. So irresponsible, in my opinion. Wind and rain is good. Yeah, it's a mess over here. There's up north, of course, everybody's ready for cold and snow. Maybe not to the extent that we've got it here, but I mean that we're getting it with this storm. But down here, they don't have a clue, you know, and they're not prepared basically, and that's the problem. Well, I hope everything goes good on your end. I'm just thankful we have power. No news ahead. We've already got them out of the way. It was just more rig stuff. They've now come out with pretty much confirmed that the Bureau of Labor Statistics has been overstating the numbers. What a surprise! By as much as 40,000 jobs. Wow, it's just one thing after the other. One thing after the other. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Always forget the damn open. Another VPOC migration. That must mean something to somebody. Context is pretty clearly up. As disappointing as that seems to me. Got to say, I really don't understand these markets. You know, I look around I look out the front door or listen to the news, you know, and I don't see any real reason why we got to be doing rallying like this. It seems to be, I don't get it. The dollar's fallen on its ass. Gold just went through 5,000. 5,000. I remember very, very clearly you buy gold all day long for $50 an ounce. And silver was now, I think silver's now $100 and something dollars, and it was, I don't know, $5 or $6. I don't get it. I wish I did. I wish I did. So we've got 12 o'clock Trump, 12 o'clock Levitt, 1:30 Trump, 15:30 Trump. Jesus. Okay. I would say this might be a day to sit on your hands. I don't know what else is going on in the rest of the world here, but ground news, what do they have? Nothing at the top of the hour, so just stand by, I guess. Hook in and hang on. Well, boy, your VPOC migration is a winner there, Antonio. I hope you got on that. I started working on, just out of curiosity, to code up the opening range trade over the weekend. My thinking here is I'm not particularly interested in trading the opening range trade, but if you think about it from a pulled back point of view, that's just a level, right? That's just a couple of levels. So I can adapt that to whatever levels I think are important. So I was thinking it was a good thing to do. I didn't get too far with it, but and I want to watch what I think happens with it now. Like for example, let's get over here. Okay, so here's the opening range trade. So here's the opening range. Here's the 1 minute opening range trade. Right there. That would have been a good one. That would have been a good one. So the idea behind it is you pick out the opening range that you want to watch, which is the way, I mean, this is just strict conjecture here. Pick out what you want to watch. So it's a 1 minute. There's the first 1 minute. And whichever way it breaks, you take the trade in that direction, putting the stop below the opening range on the other side of whichever way you didn't get in it. Boy, wouldn't this have been a beauty today. From 59 to so far 79, it's still going. So maybe it's valid. Wish I'd have done, I wish I'd have opened that up sooner. So I'll bear down on getting this coded up, and then so that I can back test it. And here's the whole fallacy, I believe, about trading and vetted trades. You hear a lot about structured trade. Oh, this is a vetted trade. Okay, really? Over how many trades? What's the data set? Did you actually follow the rules specifically each and every time? Because if you did not, it's not a valid back test. So, you look at this day and you go, oh man, I'm going to trade that every day. Well, that's maybe not the best idea. According to the way I'm approaching trading at this point, which is only to trade vetted trades. That's why you see the initial balance up here. That's the trades I've vetted, and that's what I have this set up so that I can watch it this morning until 9:30. When the initial balance, or when the IB trades will become active. Interesting, though. Damn sure is. Temps to drop Friday. Oh, I'm so excited about that. It's already -4. C. Well, now what? So we got a P-shaped profile coming out here. That's a big, for market profile, that's a big short covering shape. Pretty clear here. Quite a range now, don't we? 80 to something, 50. Got a 30 handle range. So I wouldn't consider that to be rotational. And I will be looking for an IB continuation trade once the initial balance is set, and you know, simply because I try very hard not to trade counter trend, and that's probably one of my. Hey, Ron. Hope you're not. Well, you obviously have power, so I'm assuming you're warm. You guys get any snow up there? Nothing down here. Well, I don't know. I haven't even looked out the window, to be honest with you. We got a foot of snow now. No, we don't. Or I hope you're in PR, maybe. That'd be great. That'd be the spot to be right now. Yeah. Yeah, I grew up in Montana. We used to get about 5-6 feet of snow on the level in the wintertime. But up there, just as you well know, up there, you know, anywhere north, you're used to it, you're prepared, and it's okay, it's winter. To be honest, this isn't even a big winter storm compared to where I grew up. You know, it's not, it used to be 40 below zero most of January and February when I grew up. It's now not even below, it's in the 20s. It's 23 or something here right now. F, which is about -3. C. Something I didn't realize that maybe you two both did, or you guys, but at minus 40 below is equal C and F, centigrade and Fahrenheit. I didn't think about it before, but I was talking about it with Harry on Friday. Well, that's just, I guess we're just far enough south here that we haven't gotten any snow. That's good because this place will fold up like a cheap tent, I have a feeling. Actually, good thing it's not raining. It let up raining for, I don't know, sometime yesterday afternoon. So, people won't go whistling off the overpasses and stuff because that when they ice up, that'll be a good thing. Kind of funny to wow. Well, with gold snapping over 5,000 and metals and energy falling on its ass, and I would think it was pretty much, I mean, that's pretty much risk off. I don't quite understand all of this, other than they're just going to get everybody as long as they can get them and then hammer them. Maybe. Well, start zeroing in on the initial balance stuff now. So the initial balance trade is my first vetted setups that I'm working on. And that is based on an old statistic that comes back down the, long understood statistic from the market profile world. Come on now. There we go. Let's not argue. There we go. Notice how IRT graciously highlights the correct open type. And notice that you see how these are blue? It highlights every level which has been revisited or every statistic which has been achieved today in this RTH session. So when we take out the IB statistic up here, this will change from black to blue. That's the idea. It's pretty cool. Pretty handy. Now, the initial balance statistic is right here. It is the most probable statistic that we can get or achieve in all four open types, the statistic open types. Today, 97.5% probability that at some point between 9:30 this morning and 1600 this afternoon, the initial balance high or low will be revisited by price. Period. Nothing more complicated than that. That's the statistic. Okay. Now, let me point out something. This where'd it go? There it is. This is very definitely not the statistic. It's not 9:30. And it's real dangerous to trade toward or in anticipation of the statistic. And I know this is the voice of experience talking here. Okay, where the POC is above the VWAP and it's above the mid and we're going to take the IB high. Yeah, we probably will. But guess what? This is not the IB high yet. It will not be until 9:30. And after that, at that point, it's not out of the realm of possibility that we'll turn around and go the other way. Or at least there'll be a pullback and you'll get stopped out. That's my experience. That's the data that I've captured. So I'm telling myself, remember, do not trade in anticipation of the statistic. And I will not. So that's just what can I say? What can I say? I want to look at something here if I can. I wonder how many times. So that's this statistic story, and that's what I'm waiting for here. Now, here we are again, right? This is not the IB. It's not 9:30. Over and over and over again. So that initial balance trade was a winner, boy, in spades. Not saying that that's the case every day, certainly not. But today, turned out to be pretty snazzy, didn't it? And one of the things that's important to understand about the initial balance trade and why it's important to have a relatively short, this is a 1 minute IB, opening range, not IB, I'm sorry, opening range trade. For example, if you waited for 5 minutes, you've got a real wide opening range. And the whole theory about the opening range trade is the stop goes just under the opposite side. In this case, an opening range high was exceeded. That's a long. The stop would be down here. Well, if it's, if you get a 20 or 30 handle range, that's a pretty big stop. So that's where that's at. Now, let's look at the IB signal and the IB zones. Hope I didn't screw myself up here. What is that? What's going on here exactly, but I probably screwed myself. Sorry. Well, I don't want that to be the case. I don't know why it's not doing what I want I'm asking it to do over here, but that's pretty disappointing. I do this stuff on the weekends when it's no data, right? So I don't know why this is not working. That button is supposed to turn on the signals, and the next one's supposed to turn on the zones. So that's going to be pretty. That's really irritating. All right, well, I'll have to look into this between now and 10 minutes. God damn it. Which I will do at this point. They work and then they don't work. Hit a button, show hide group. Signals, okay. IB signals. IRT is a little smarter than I am, I think. Boy, that's irritating. Okay. Do this over again, I guess. I hope I haven't just broken all of this. It's going to really really irritate me. Oh, IRT. I guess what I need to do is open up a different, have two charts, I guess. Oh, you are really getting annoying. Huh. Well, that's just pretty darn disappointing. Ah, damn it. Okay, so yeah, I've got my levels all shut down here and my signals on my initial balance trade, which is exactly what I don't want to have happen, obviously. Update signal marker button. Now, you stupid son of a bitch. I was doing it again and again and again and again. All I was trying to do was I just have a group button up there to, hide and show them. And for some reason it didn't like that. And I'm sure it's me. But that's not very nice. Oh, I do think I know something. Let me check something here. I know something. No, trading systems there. Okay. Boy, that's disappointing. That is really irritating. So let me try to figure this out now. I don't know how to do that exactly. Well, that's irritating. I really screwed myself up here on this one. And that's not something I like to do. By golly. Huh. I don't want this to be hidden. Show. Oh, there we go. Okay. What I'm going to do is just go through these manually and unhide everything. Don't ask me why the button quit working. I got no clue. Well, I obviously did something wrong. But I'm going to at least get the levels out so I can proceed with trading today. You'd think I could just highlight it. All the button does is change these things from hidden to, just what I'm doing here manually. And it worked fine until I threw on this IB button, opening trade button, or opening range button, and then that seems to have shot myself directly in the foot. Didn't pass go work like $200. Okay, now at 9:30, we should have these session levels materialized, and let me see if I've got the signals going here. Looks like the signals are all okay. Let's hope for the best, huh? Fingers crossed. Okay, there's 9:30. Let's see if this is working. All right, there are the levels. So that part's right. There they are. Those will push across the book map as they have done over here. Now, assuming I'm not broken something else. Oh, you know. Yeah. That question, though. My daughter sometimes looks at me like, Dad, maybe that program's a little smarter than you are. And I can't argue with her. So we are now, you see what happened? I hate to say I told you so, but hey, I told you so. Okay, boy, we're going to take this IB high, huh? Oh, no, wait. We got long, and what happened here? That's 10 handles. Yeah? Do not, and I repeat, do not trade toward the statistic. Big problem. Not a big problem, but if you like taking stops, it's a good way to go. And I don't think that it's a big surprise that, that big they in the sky that we all are also conscious about all the time, know that. What are they going to do, That opening range trade was a beauty, boy. I'll work on that code tonight and in the afternoons and stuff, and see if I can't get that coded up to where and I'll definitely have it on two separate charts, because that hide unhide didn't seem to work. Didn't work out like I had it planned. And obviously it worked when I was, I clicked hide and it hid them, and I thought, oh, okay, great. So that's, that's what we'll do. I'm not going to test it out now because I want to be on the job. Here we go. So the initial balance statistic is in play. What am I doing? Am I busy getting all excited? No. I have let me just go through this quickly. My initial balance trades are based on this setup. These are the rules. And I use the word rule because that's what IRT calls them. So, when in Rome. There are 3 rules, and that's what all of my back testing is based on. And you have to, when you back test, you must keep all parameters exactly identical. Otherwise, it's not valid within that data set, within that group, that subset. I hope that's ought to be clear, I guess. To anybody that's listening that doesn't really, is thinking about doing this. These are the rules. Now, a big portion of these rules have to do with the signals. This is the trade management portion down here in the entries. This is, here's the main. Let me just check that while we're standing here. Okay. So, stop, 12 ticks. T1, 12 ticks. T2, 48 ticks. Trigger, 1 is 12 ticks. When price increases 12 ticks from entry, which happens to be T1 in this case, also, the trail, it trails up to 0. And I'm trying to work out a bunch of other stuff with, trailing, a regular trailing stop and all that kind of stuff. But basically, this is the break-even stop plus entry right here. Okay? Yeah, I could set this to 12. And what that would do is when we achieve 12 ticks positive above entry, it would bring the stop to T1 or plus 12. But that isn't the most successful back tests or the most profitable back test. So that's where we are there. Save. Something you have to do with IRT in case you're going to use this for back testing or anything. Anytime you modify a rule, you got to modify the rule and save it. And then it automatically happens over here. And this chart has nothing to do with trading or the system. What it is doing is the system is being sent to this chart. So any signals or trades will be plotted over here. But this is simulated within IRT very intentionally. I chose the simulated IRT account, not the AMP account, because I don't want this system sending trades to my live account. What I do at this point is, what I do now is when a trade signals in IRT, I manually execute the trade on Bookmap. And speaking of that, let's do the quick checklist. Are we ready to go? Well, we have both trade system entry systems activated, chart and DOM. It's a 2-lot. I happen to know that that's the only package in there, so we're ready to rock. Now, let me point something out. You can trade with your keyboard using hotkeys if you have it set up. But you must have one of the 2 or one of the 3 trade control panel activated. And you must have the focus of your computer must be on the Bookmap application. If you've clicked on something in IRT or your email or wherever the hell you are, and you see a trade materialize on Bookmap and you try to hotkey in, nothing going to happen. You got to get back over here, and that's why the reason I have moved to a mouse trading on Bookmap, I believe it's more accurate and faster. So, having said that, though, be real careful. This is a hot column. Wherever you see the little mouse cursor turn to a $? Well, You click anywhere over here, trying to move something, me trying to point something out. You click any place in this active data column and you've got an order or a trade on that you may or may not have planned on. And of course, that also is the voice of experience talking. What's happened? Well, nothing. It's 10 minutes in. We haven't taken an initial balance either high or low. Right up here, everybody got real excited, and it got down here, and they got long, and now they're all stopped out and upset. Or not. I hope not. Do I have a signal yet? No. What's the first signal? The first signal is the initial balance, high or low. And that's over here. Let's try to get down here a little bit. So what will happen here is the first signal, the initial, let me explain in a little more detail here. My signals for this trading system are not as basic as the initial balance statistic, which we just looked at. I want to have some sort of context. So in other words, instead of price just coming up here and tagging out the IB high, I want to see context. So I want to see the signal bar open lower than the IB high and close higher than the IB high. And I want to see the bar previous to the signal bar open lower than the close. That means to me, like right here, for example, assuming that this line was the initial balance high, oh no, that wouldn't be any good because it's not, close is not above the high, above the IB. The idea here is that I want to see market moving in a direction towards the initial balance. So that's, I don't know whether that means anything or not, but there you go. Okay. When you going down to PR next, Ron? I haven't been back there in a long time. I had a lot of fun down there, though. I was in and around the Caribbean a lot earlier on. Something about the initial balance statistics. Let's look at that for a minute. Statistic, I should say. Remember that it's 97.5% probability today in this open type. Now, that means that it's a 2.5% probability that neither one will be achieved, and that it's a 31% probability that both will be achieved. And we've had all three of those within the last couple of months. A couple of Fridays ago, a month or two, I don't remember one. I should remember that. I apologize. We didn't achieve either. Frequently, we get both. That's a neutral day. But the typical statistic is that. So there you go. Excuse me. And you can see what kind of tomfoolish foolery we got going on over here now. Yeah. Look at the world. Look at all of the things that are happening worldwide and here, and wonder why it's any of that would be encouraging to just risk on, let's rock. I really don't get it. I don't understand. What it boils down to is I clearly don't understand the psychology. America's going to get its debt shoved right up its backside here pretty quick, especially if things keep going as they are. And I can't imagine that they're not going to continue to go as they are. Doesn't seem like they learn. Man, I'm sure it's that I don't understand the big picture, I guess. Well, there we are, right back to the POC, huh? And I think the open, what is this? Oh, no, VWAP, okay. Yeah, open's way below us. Well, I hope the signals work. I've spent a lot of time trying to get them lined out, only because other people were trying to use this thing, and I wanted it to be real helpful, not confusing. What do we got going on over here? Russian Energy Ministry proposed ahead of schedule. Okay. That's going to be a big one. Well, Crypto, okay, I could care less. I never have these lower. Volume delta is what that is. Well, they're going to sneak up there and attack that while I'm not looking. Let's check. Sucks. Okay, so if we drive through here. Oh, thank you, Mom. Yeah, I've got it. Got it. Thank you. Big breakfast. So assuming we come through the IB high here, this would be the correct, in my opinion, what I'm looking for, because it's moving in the direction. It's not coming from the top or, a big down bar and then an up bar. You know what I mean? Well, maybe I should do this. Now, if we drive through here, we should get an A. If this closes as a sell bar, and then the next bar goes through, it will not produce the signal. That was what I was just referring to. So let's see. Well, I'll get my chopsticks out and dig into this breakfast. Ooh. Hey, Richard. How you doing, dude? Well, I hope. So far, the only guy that's chimed in here that I've been talking to is Peter K., who's in Bangkok, and it's about 83 C over there. Fahrenheit, sorry, not C, of course. Well, here we are. All dressed up, no place to go, huh? I'm dying to see if we get a signal so that I know those damn things are working. Or, well, I managed to break stuff. I don't know. It's a special talent, I guess. I'll put it behind the paywall. There we go. Now we got the VPOC migration on both Bookmap and IRT. So everybody's excited now to go higher. They're foaming at the mouth, looking at that IB high. Will it be achieved? Probably. What's context? Pretty clearly higher, higher, and higher lows, isn't it? I guess. This opening range trade was a sweetie. I'm excited to get that figured out, how to code that one up. I'm not going to put the opening range back on there, but because I don't want to screw up the levels I've got going here. However that happened, I don't know. But there it is. It's a 1 minute opening range bar. It is about, 9 or 10 handles. And it was just up, up, and away. Now, manage risk. Remember the risk story. I'm not saying that I'm not making any comment on that being a good idea or anything else, but I'm interested in it. And another reason I'm interested in it is once I have coded this up, then any levels I pick, migrating, VPOC, whatever else, I can just swap those out for the first bar and have a system that I can backtest. What's this crap here? I don't like this. That can't be real. That's not good. I don't like that. Let's download some data. You can always see if something goofy's going on, you can see what's happening over here. I don't know what that was, just something about a macro. There we go. You see how this all filled in? See how that filled in? Volume profile changed a bit. How'd that work out with that IB high? Oh, not yet. Well, it kind of looks like they're moving into a retail soup environment here. So I'm kind of confused. What happened to the progress bar? There we go. Jesus, man. Ooh. I've now started restart. I've just, the last couple of sessions, I've started, I'm restarting IRT before the open around a little before 8, just before the stream starts. Trying to make sure that I can have all the memory freed up and minimize the lagging and whatever else. I have no idea if that matters. I'm now rebooting this machine every night too, in the drop off or in the quiet period, the session switch. I don't know what else to do. I guess this is as good as time any to talk about these 3 rules again. So the first rule is the initial balance, high or low. Up, one would expect the high. Assuming that happens as, for example, right here, lower, open is lower than the close. Had this bar continued on up and closed above this initial balance, that would be an A signal, or the first signal. Not very imaginative, I realize, A, B, and trigger. Then what we're looking for is pull back to the pullback zone or trade into the continuation zone. That's the second signal, the B signal. And then back to the trigger zone. Real simple. And if those don't happen, then it's not a trade. And there's no, well, that's close enough, or none of that stuff. Again, there's no news planned, but there's a bunch of random risk afoot. Trump is going to be talking to somebody. Let's look and see. Get weary of this crap. So at 12, he's meeting Secretary of the Air Force. Then Levitt is having a press conference. I don't know. Levitt speaks. It doesn't say press conference. I mean, she's the press secretary. I'm not sure. Okay. I guess she could make a speech, I guess. I don't know. And then at 1:30, Trump is in a policy meeting. And then 15:30, which will be long gone, he's got a radio interview. So, yeah, it's just a fun-filled extravaganza of random risk on the hoof over here, I guess. Not, and I'm not, let me just see if I can do this without breaking everything. Okay. None of this that I'm talking about here is any political comment. Okay? But I want to point something out here. This day right here, notice it's 220. Here's this stats about where my mouse is. So this candle was a Friday, the 10th. And this day, remember this is a day, these are daily bars. This this day sold off 229 handles based on a tweet at 10 o'clock in the morning on a Friday. Out of no freaking place. Market was trending higher, and out comes this tweet, which turned out not to be completely incorrect. The reason that Trump said he was mad didn't happen, turns out. And what he threatened he was going to do didn't happen. And that's, I'm not saying anything political, or that's not his business to do what he wants. If he wants to make policy on social media, that's okay. I don't care. It's not my business. But this is my business. If you were not protecting your risk, didn't have bracket orders in, were caught on your back foot, you could have lost your whole account right there. That's what I mean by unrecognized risk, critical risk. So, again, it's not a political comment, but it's a very real part of our trading environment now that didn't ever used to be that way. You never, had to worry about, well, sure, there was always a potential war or something like that, but there was not ever a continual threat of some random statement by any of the previous administrations that would cause, even Trump's first one didn't happen. So yeah, I don't know what to say other than just what I say frequently, which is mind your risk. It's really important in this environment. If you want to be a trader, if you like adrenaline, you're doing this as a video game or gambling, knock yourself out. I bet it's a lot of fun. If you're trying to support yourself as a business, then it's not so fun. It's really bears watching. And there we are. P-shaped profile if if you're dyslexic, like I am. Short covering. P-shaped. Maybe going to take a run at this now. Who knows? Oh, it's dangerously close. What happened when I walk out of the in search of drinks? Oh, yeah. That bar trade earlier in the day, if isn't very visible over here, but let's see about over here. Not really very visible over here either. Okay, let's keep looking around. Well, this is what they're calling a bar trade, which is a breakout and retest. And up you go now. I guess this is it. Or this is it, maybe. I don't know. I wish somebody would share that. I think it's, in my opinion, this is it. But that's not much of a retest. That's not much of a profit. No, it's 5 handled, but I mean, Harry picked that one off. So they say patience is a virtue, eh? He's busy doing mysterious stuff. I don't know. Have any idea what this minimize thing's about? Crazy. Well, it's everywhere now. It seems to be stuck on everything. Okay. I have no freaking idea what's going on. But I'm pretty sure I'm not going to worry about it. Let's see if it's lurking over here someplace. I don't know. Let's see what this does. Jesus. Isn't it crazy? I have no clue what that's on there, how that's there, or why, but I am not going to argue with it. Great. Well, while we're poking our nose down here, I'm going to refresh the data again just to see what the hell. If we're having some sort of an issue I don't know about, I'll push it over to Bookmap and then, oh, it's on Bookmap. Okay, great. I know what I can do. I'm going to scrub the data. I'd restart the damn thing, but I'm sure that the minute I do that, it will I'll get the IB signals will start happening. The rules or the process or whatever I'm gonna call that. Oh yeah. This goddamn thing is stuck on here forever. Well, that's pretty weird. Pretty funny. I thought this was a problem with IRT. It's still stuck over here. Oh God. I don't know. I give up, boys and girls. I give up. Now that I guess I'm gonna have minimize all day. I've just rebooted IRT. Oh, now we got the opening range trade back on. I don't want to do anything about that at the moment. See what happens here. Let it get all through thinking. And it apparently is. So funny. What the hell? How could that happen? I don't know. Okay, let's see if this works. Oh, there you go. That's how it's supposed to work. Well, we're zooming in on 11 o'clock, for Christ's sake. That's not very much fun. Welcome to the stream. Thumbs up, like, subscribe, send money, you know, all of those things. You can jump right to the last one first if you'd like. It's frickin' freezing over here, Mr. Bigglesworth. What is it, actually? That's only -2C. It's warmed up, which is about 20 something or another. F20, I suppose 24 or 5. F. No snow on the ground here. Ron's got a pile of it up in Dallas, apparently. I'm in Houston, so just that much south, and we are closer to the Gulf, so it tends to be a little warmer and a little more mild. But then again, you got hurricanes, and you know, take your pick. I don't know what all this red stuff is. I don't know what's going on here. I'm going to stick with where I am, however. And see if we get an IBI. Well, that's pretty close, huh? I was looking at these fractals for, you know, lower highs and higher high and that kind of thing. Trying to work on the, I've tried all kind of different ideas for a context filter. I want to be aligned with context in a trade. I don't think it's a good idea, personally, to trade against it. Now, the way I look at testing this stuff is I start with a base case, which is what I have now, and then I do a back test over a statistically significant data set, 500 days typically, which is about 11, somewhere around 1,000 trades. Hold on a second. So what I don't do any changes to the trading system or my rules without following a workflow, which I think is a systematic way to approach it. You know, I run a back test on the base case, which would be this system now, and then I would make a change, like pick one, you know. Okay, say the initial balance A signal, it needs to have a close above the initial balance high and an open below it. Well, maybe it does. What if I want to see what's the change? How does it affect the system if I just have the high penetrate the initial balance high and the close can be above or below? Doesn't matter. You make that one change and then you back test. If it's an improvement, then you can consider whether you're going to keep that change or not. You can only make one change at a time, because how else are you going to know, the effect? What I was getting ready to point out here was all the different things I've been trying to do to filter for context. One of which was kind of interesting, and I don't use them on any charting ever, but a moving average. Now this is a volume weighted moving average, and I can change the period, etc. But I tried this to keep on the side of context, and in some of the and it had a positive improvement. Now the way I changed that is, and I hate to make changes while the system is thinking here, but main. Okay, so here's the moving average period, and there's the look back. So the way that works is a filter, a context filter on an entry. So let's look at this entry long over here. And let's look at that one. So there we have all the rules. And then there's the MA, 9-period MA, has to be greater than the 9-period MA with a look back of this VPOD variable, which we're just looking at in as one period, 9. So that's, if you notice, which sometimes there'll be a trigger and then it won't enter the trade for a couple more bars. For example, if it got a trigger right here to go short, it wouldn't do it because it's uptrending, right? I don't have any idea. I would never use Fibonacci or anything, I don't think, but this seemed to me to be maybe a way to keep on the right side of short-term direction, right, or context. I don't, beats me. Maybe I need to add another one for the overall context. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud here, right? And it's important to understand that the difference, this chart and these levels, the MA, all that stuff, It's nothing to do with the actual trade. This is only for my visual confirmation that these rules are happening when and where I expect them to. And again, no matter what happens here, and it takes the trades, it's within the simulated environment in IRT on AMP rhythmic live data, but I would replicate the trade over here on Bookmap. Again, for transparency and accountability. Another thing I probably didn't mention this morning, I forget stuff in the pre-market. Notice that I share my entire monitors, not just the applications. You can see any open programs. You can see the clock, hours, minutes, seconds, and the date, etc., which ties back to Rhythmic and Bookmap. So I'm trying to alleviate any question about accountability or, any of that stuff. And stop and think about it. This is my virtual journal. Who would I be trying to bullshit? Me? It's just, it's silly, but it's amazing that it seems like a lot of people try, I guess, or do. I guess I can understand if the goal is to be an internet, an influencer or whatever and make your money off YouTube. Now, don't get me wrong. If YouTube wants to pay me a lot of money to do this, I'd be happy to do that. I'll take it. Absolutely. I think we ought to all get together and get a few 100,000 subscribers and then split the YouTube money. But, haven't had any takers yet. Let's see. We're going to get a V pound or whatever this thing's called, an IB. IB's high. It looks like we're going to get up there, doesn't it? Oh boy, here we go. We're going to take it? Probably. Let me get my normal thing out here. So there we are at 1 point high. And Blue Boy's on duty. Now I will point out to you quickly that if we take this stat right here, all that's required for the basic initial balance statistic, there you go, we just did. Okay, now that is not necessarily a qualification for it did fire the A, however, because we're still at it here, but we have the proper open lower than the close and on we go. So let's see if it sticks. Then we'll be looking for a B. And then we'd be looking for a trigger. That's one of the nice things about only trading structured trades. Nothing is a surprise. It's not like you're in a big hurry and a bunch of adrenaline and whatever, Okay, there's the first one. Let's see if we get the second one. Let's see if we get the third one. And if we do, Bob's your uncle. Trades on. So there we go. Just by a little bit. Now, are we going to continue up to push into this continuation zone? I frankly hope not, because I would like to see it come down for a mean reversion or a IB failure, but who knows? It'll do what it does. Remember that we got Agent Orange taking the stand here. Agent Orange and the Random Risk Band are going to be taking the stage at 12. I don't know what to think about that. I know that I trade what I see, not what I think, and I take the signals that are presented by my vetted trades. So we'll see. Just a quick run through the pre-trade checklist here. We've got them on. We got that set. We've got the break-even buoy on, I think. Let's check. Yep. And multi-brackets. Yeah, okay, great. I'm not all warm and fuzzy about a continuation trade here for the IBC, to be honest with you. But that's not, looks to me like we're getting into mean reversion country up here. And that's purely my feeling, right? Into my, so funny. So we have it, Crazy. This isn't an IB failure yet, but it needs to, where am I? It needs to trade down into this zone and then back to the trigger zone for an IB, for the IB failure. Over here, down here, and which would be the B, and then the trigger. Don't you wonder what whoever it is thinking about all this? The volume must be light. No, pretty heavy. Volume is pretty heavy so far. We're at 602,000 contracts since the open last night. We're typically at about 1,001, something like that at the close, at the cash close. So they're ahead of schedule. Looks to me like. No, 90, pretty close. Pulled way back to $1.75 on the on the ATR. I got to figure out a way to do whatever it is I'm doing here. I'm trying to figure out, get rid of all the stuff that might be causing a lot of refresh cycles and taking up a lot of compute time, RAM. Incredible, isn't it, how these levels are so accurate and so impactful, it would seem. Look at that. Resistance, 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 resistance. Breakthrough, support. Crazy, huh? And what's even more crazy about it is these are not levels. These are just arbitrary lines that I dreamed up to start testing this. It's got nothing to do with anything. But it's an example of how our human brains are conditioned for confirmation bias, you know. Monkey boy. Monkey boy. Tom refers to it as hide. I think it's, you can think of it as just monkey boy, seeing patterns in the desert or in the jungle, and, you know, look at that. And that's just a line I put on there for the hell of it. I mean, it's a line that I leave there and then I use as a reference to trade, but it's got nothing to do with any kind of a line that I don't think anybody knows but me. So There you go. And the monkey, on the subject of Monkey Boy, that stuff's been cooked into our DNA, man, into your neural pathways, or your DNA and your wiring. So you're never going to get rid of FOMO and greed and desire to be right and revenge trading and all that kind of thing. So my approach is to try to remain constantly in the here and now and vigilant about recognizing that if I feel adrenaline or starting to feel some FOMO thing going on, make a real conscious effort not to act on it. Tell Monkey Boy to go out in the backyard and play, Just me. And again, what I was saying is just takes so much of the stress and strain and anxiety out of trading to only trade vetted setups. I know what they are in advance. Do I have them? I have one. Do I have another signal? Maybe. And will I get another one? I'll probably have a little bit of adrenaline involved with that, trying to hope I get the right, or focus on trying to get the right entry. But I want to know what this second red line's all about over here. Look later. I'm not going to tip over the apple cart here. Getting into the that noon hour consolidation goofiness. And potential risk here at the top of the hour. Oh, I wish they would stop doing that. Well, the sun's finally come out for the first time in 3 days. Not that it's exactly, throwing your swimming suit and run around the block, but it's it's warmed up 2 degrees. It's only -1 C now, which is, I suppose, 30-ish. 0 C being minus 0 C being 32 degrees F. I'm pretty sure. So looking at this, I'll be the first to say my initial reaction is not to want a IB continuation trade to signal. Easier said, seen over here perhaps. And what would be the initial, the IBC or the IB continuation trade would be for a trade to go up into the continuation zone, pull back to the trigger zone, which I don't see now, and go long. That's in alignment with context, essentially. But I don't like this kind of trade, especially going into the noon hour. I will take whatever trade presents itself, because that's what you do. That's the whole purpose behind vetting a trade and, determining the edge or not. When I backtest something, the computer evaluates every rule over every 1 minute bar. And if there's signals a trade, it takes it. It doesn't, well, I don't like the looks of that, and this is up here and whatever else. That's discretion. So if I'm going to adopt this methodology, which I believe is correct for the most successful traders in the world, so I think it's good reference, I need to take everyone that presents itself. It does get a little bit trying when you get a few stops in a row, right? But there you go. And what was I just gonna, oh yes, I was noticing that I don't see a trigger zone here anywhere. Oh, I don't even see the rest of my, what the hell is going on now? Jesus Christ. Okay. I think I probably know what that is. I'm going to find out, I'm sure, that hidden, exactly. See all these hidden over here? That all needs to come right. And I can tell you exactly why that happened. When this happened the first time, I probably didn't save it. I thought so. And I also need to get, something else has also happened here that I think could be the problem. That IB high button, or that opening range button. Isn't this something? Now, did anybody see anything that says it's hidden anywhere around here beside me? Nope. Okay, now we're back in business. Jesus Christmas. I'm pretty sure this opening range hide button is what's hidden those two. For some reason, Jesus. Okay. Well, at least I spotted it. Huh? I guess that's better than poking the eye. None of this happened for, literally months until I started working on this opening range story over the weekend. So you can bet that tonight I'll dig into that. And I believe the only thing that can make the opening range do that is the button here. So now I have signals and zones off and on work like $1,000,000. I'm not going to touch them either. It's actually sunny out. Panda woke up and wants to look out the window. Yeah, are you in the sun, Panda Danda? She's not sure how happy about that she is, but she's there. Cool. Now maybe we're going to come down here and get a IB failure. Oh, it is bright out there. I hope some of the poor animals that are out are able to take advantage of it. And I hope this thing goes down into that pullback zone, then gives me a trigger, and then, you know, goes to the IB low. You know, I'm not asking for much. What happened? Nothing. Heck. Hey, wait a minute. That's the wrong way. What's the matter with these guys? And remember that this stuff is always on a fractal basis, right? So from a context position, what do we got? Higher highs, higher lows. Zoom down, what do we got? Lower highs, lower lows. It's just all, you can make it up, you can make it look any way you want it to achieve what you think is right, I guess. And that's the hard part. That's why I try to stick to the context and stick to the system. I don't know what else to do, frankly. Or I should say, I don't know what to do to be more consistent, and that's what I think is really important. I can tell you that as soon as this gets close to 12, I'm stepping aside. I'm not going to get tied up in here with Trump and Levitt and who knows what. That's another context that would be really important. But I don't know how I would go about doing that with IRT. As far as back testing goes, I mean, obviously, forward testing or live trading, I can do what I want. But as far as back testing, I don't know how I could do that. Well, they better get their finger out here pretty quick, or this old cowboy's gonna head to the barn. I think it's so bizarre, that minimized thing. I don't know what in the hell. How that, what? Oops, you know, I got no idea. I'm trying to wonder if it has to do with maybe that. It's everywhere. Yeah, I don't know. It's going to require shutting off, I guess. Well, once again, there's going to be a random risk event at the top of the hour. Let's have a look. Trump meeting with secretary, and I'm not saying there's, once again, I want to be real clear, no political comment at all, but a statement of fact. These kinds of events have high risk potential in the last year, historically. So rather than sit there like a bird on a wire and get shot off, it's important to recognize that, and I can, as proof that I'm not, conspiracy minded, Financial Juice has recognized the importance of these events and brings them into their docket now, which never happened before. They realize that whenever Trump's talking, or in some cases Levitt, that there could be a disruption to the market, to the auction. So they pull them in. I don't, they do. And I'm really appreciative of it. But be careful. 12 o'clock and then 1:30 again. There's a potential high risk event. And, that doesn't ever exist on investing.com because they only report traditional economic events, non-farm payroll, stuff that's been, on the books for months, years. So that's the reason I have Financial Juice up. Is I appreciate that. And they may just fluff along here with what are these guys, what is happening now? Well, they're just making retail soup. This is just a big batch of retail soup. All the boys and girls who can't refrain from clicking that mouse are getting chopped up right, left, and center. What's the range here? Well, what is it? 90 to 81, 10 handles. If you can get in there and do something with that, that's good for you. For me, there's not enough range, not enough meat on the bone, or it doesn't meet my range requirement, which is if I'm going to have a entry validated by whatever signal, I need to have an unobstructed path to my first risk neutral scale, or the entry's not valid. Range requirement. Does it make sense? I think so. That's my story and I'm sticking to it, so there you go. What's the music sound like? I don't have speakers in here. I only have a headset, so if I want to listen to this, I have to put it on. Put them on, it on, whatever. I'm also thinking about a time filter. And that's easy for me to do. I have end of day signals here, and I can set those to however I want them. Right here. Right now it's the position start is 60 seconds, so that's first the IBI. And then 90 seconds, which is 14:30. I can wind this up at wherever I want it to be, and it would what those end of session, end of day rules do is any trade that you're in are flattened out. Any position is flattened out. I could also restrict any entries. Same idea, same way. I'm trying to get a lot of mileage out of that. I'm trying to get these as generic and equally applicable, you know, so that if I want to do like the opening range trade, well, I have Maine, I have all the risk management and trade management elements in place. All I really have to do, essentially, and well, I have to do something about these particular rules, but as far as just entries, I can just change the entry to what it is, and there you go. Boom, Bob, your uncle. Now let's get down there, take that thing, get up. Let's go do it now. Oh, cool, sure. No. Jesus, are we going to get a Trump dump now? This will likely be a B signal right here. Boo. There we go. Once again, these lines, the power of these levels is just incredible, isn't it? Jesus, that's as ridiculous as Blue Boy, but it's really amazing. I mean, it is even amazing to me look at how all of these support and resistance, you know, how many times these things have traded. Look at that. Resistance, 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 resistance. Breaks through, support, 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 breaks through. I mean, it's phenomenal to me. I guess it's phenomenal to me because I know that line means nothing. It's just a line that I decided I would use as a target zone, a trigger zone. Means nothing to anybody on the planet but me. Incredible. Maybe I'm a genius. As I said before, what that is it's just proof positive of the confirmational bias that humans have. Now you see we got down in there, but we didn't get a B because it closed high. This is a up bar, not a down bar. I want to see context going in. This will not be either because, am I looking? Okay, this won't be either because this is an up bar. Now, if we get this and then we get another one, okay, Bob, your uncle, we got a B signal. Then we'll need a trigger and then short. Now I have to make a real decision. Oh, never mind. I don't have to make a decision at all. Look at POC. POC is traded right up there. I'm not going to take any trade here. This would be a very definitely diddle in the middle, which is a rule I will code up. I mentioned last week. I just have to get to it. That is very definitely a diddle in the middle. There's the middle. So, yeah. Okay. Not a problem. Now what do we have going on? Well, we got a 3-bar reversal. Look here. Boom, boom, boom. Gonna go to the top. Here we go. I can tell you what I'm going to do. I am going to let discretion be the better part of valor. And, oh yeah, and we've got the VWAP just below it and the mid below that. So, yeah. I'm going to let discretion be the better part of valor and get out in the sun, what little of it there is. And let the wind blow some of the stink off here. Remember now, 12 o'clock, there's both Trump and Levitt. I don't know if they're together or what. That is, I think not, because of the way the events were worded. She's giving a speech, and he's having a meeting with the Secretary of Air Force, apparently. And then 1:30, is it? Well, 1 o'clock. Wherever that went. Boom. 1:30, Trump in policy meeting. And then 15:30, a radio interview. Wow. That's got to be. So be careful. Be careful. That's all I can say. I'm going to be so careful. I'm outside. Well, the system has taken a short. And I'm a little surprised about that, frankly. Right there. I don't see the B signal anywhere. There's the short or the trigger. So if you had to, following along, there's the A. First rule. I have to look, to be honest with you, but this should not be a B signal, I don't think. But it's obviously was interpreted as that. Then we had the A. Then we had the trigger. It did not get in until we had this down bar. And I'll show you what that looks like with the MA. Remember I was telling you about that? You see how we didn't get in? There was no trigger activated here because it was an up bar on the filter. Then once we got the downtrend looking, it did take the trade. It did put in the, and I don't know of a better way to filter it myself. So if somebody else does, I'm all ears. That I have to look at because that's not the B as I remember building it. I'm a little bit on my back foot because of all this craziness that's been going on with the signals and stuff here. I'm wondering if something got changed. We got something hung up in the middle of the screen, and these would be continuation or IB failure, mean reversion. And there's T1, so it would have been a scratch now. The worst that could happen to this trade is a scratch. And that signals that T1 has been hit, which it also means that the stop is now trailed up to entry. Okay. That's going to be good enough for me here. I'm not going to get near this thing with 4 minutes till the random risk ban. So you guys be safe. Have a great little bit of a break here. I'm going to go do the same thing, get some exercise, rest my eyes, fresh air. Really important for us to do as traders. Take breaks through the day. You are the most important piece of equipment in your trading office. Think about it. All the money we spend on monitors and screens and software and indicators and whatever is useless if you can't see what that data is. Your brain can't interpret it to make trades which affect you and your family financially. You need to be well rested, well hydrated, not on emotional tilt, take breaks through the day to rest your eyes. I mean, when we sit focused on these screens for hours and hours, our short focus or close focus eye muscles are in constant contraction. That's really bad for you. So, you know, you need to be healthy and exercise and fit. We trade against some of the most highly educated, extremely well-funded adversaries who are our adversaries, because futures is a zero-sum game. For every buyer, there's a seller. So every time you sell and somebody buys, they're figuring it's going up. And my opinion is most of the time that somebody is a higher time frame. Think about it. Well, that's perfect reason not to go anyplace. Look at there. Yeah, reading there when I left. What would this thing do? Took 2 trades and system took 2 trades and they're scratch. So yeah, this is the kind of day you want to just stay out of harm's way, keep your powder dry as far as I'm concerned. So what do we got for 2:30? Okay, what's happened now? Let's see here. I guess all of that's over with, I guess, huh? So I'm guessing that they're all done talking. No, Trump's got one more round to go. He's probably still talking in the policy meeting, I guess. Okay, well, that's nothing to do with me. I'm happy where I am. Okay, so let's do a recap briefly. Well, there's your day. Retail soup. It was a good. The opening range was a great trade. If anybody was on that, I'm just started watching that one. Working on the code to vet it as a structured trade. And here we are with the. Here we go. Yeah, it's a nothing kind of a day, but it was to be expected, I guess. A lot of craziness going on. And I mean, mega crazy, shooting people and carrying on. What are we doing for volume here? Oh, falling way off. We were below 100% earlier this morning at about 95, and now we're down to 77 and $1.25 on the ATR. So yeah, it's a good day to be doing something different. Something that you need to remember that there's three positions in trading. There's long, there's short, and there's flat. And if you approach trading as a business with understanding that it's a business of probabilities and statistics, and that your primary objective is risk management to preserve your account, most of the time you're flat and you're waiting. I have no problem with not trading on a day like this. None. So here we are. This will include in the profile. We did take out the micro composite VPOC from the 16th. And again, here is the mini. And the micro. Okay, so let's see what we've got on the agenda now as far as a wrap up and tomorrow. Investing.com. Filter it for however you want. Whatever, if you live in Kuala Lumpur and you only want to listen, and you're only interested in the Nikkei, well then there you go. Filters here. It's free, obviously. That's why you see these ads blurping all over everywhere. They've just redone this format. I really don't like it as much, but anyway, that's what they did. So you can pay for it if you want to, of course. But I'm trying to keep resources that I use on the stream free. I can't do anything about Bookmap or IRT, but I can certainly do something about these news sources. We're in earnings, and this is probably a bigger story than anything else. Tomorrow we've got United Healthcare, RTX, Boeing. Wednesday is going to be a big one. Wednesday is going to be Microsoft, Meta, and Tesla. And Thursday's got Apple and Visa, MasterCard, Caterpillar. What's Friday got in store for us today? Exxon and the energies on Friday. So that's the earnings deal. Let's see what we've got for economic numbers tomorrow. Okay, so for tomorrow, we've got the employment security. Oh, God. At 7:30, Trump is going to be talking again. Jesus Christ. Oh, man. And consumer confidence. Wow, that's a bummer. That's going to shoot the open right square in the head. Sorry, you know. So there you go. Financial Juice is the other news source that I use. Unless there's something like, this is well scheduled in advance that Trump is going to be talking at 7:30. Typically, they don't pull these kind of non-typical economic events into the investing.com calendar. And that's kind of why I keep Financial Juice up also, is because they have these ones, they pull these into their docket as they can when they hear about them. And these are things that we should really pay attention to because they can certainly disrupt the auction. And then the right side over here is more of a squawk box, and that's where we're going to see the market on close imbalance, which we just got at 1450. Right there. Not much. And there's the market on close imbalance. Ooh, 2,171,000,000 contracts to sell for the S&P. 1,461,000,000 sell side on the NAS, 800 million sell side on the Dow, and 1,081,000,000 sell side on the Mag 7. Whoa, baby, that's sell imbalance across the board in major numbers. Imagine that. You think they're tracking they're stocking your stops. 2,171,000,000 S&P contracts. Wow. That's some pretty heavy duty stuff. I'm going to post this somewhere in a minute. So that's where we are for the numbers. We've got the market on close. I'm going to be back on stream tomorrow at 0800 as usual for the pre-market. We'll post up the chapter markers at 3 o'clock. The stream, as I've mentioned before, this is my virtual journal, and it's in the interest of keeping it fully transparent and fully accountable. I take no trades off of the stream, and the stream is live every trading day morning from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500 in the afternoon. So there you have it. And I'll be, like, subscribe. Thanks for coming by. Put something in the chat. This is just, between the winter weather and the craziness of politics, it's a real good time. You've got to really be risk adverse and very definitely aware of your pre-planned risk management for your account. That's all I can say. All right, so got about a minute and a half here. Keep your powder dry. Remember, tomorrow we got Trump speaking at 7:30, so be careful. I won't be trading, of course, but I will be up and streaming, so that'll be interesting. And 15 seconds. Remember, this is you're the most important tool you've got in your office, so take care of yourself, get out, get some fresh air, get away from the screens, relax, have some balance in your life. That's really important for what we do, in my opinion. And there you have it. And there are 7 hours on the stream, and I'll be back tomorrow at 0800 Central for the pre-market. Set everything up here for both Bookmap and IRT in advance of this Trump talk at 7:30 in the morning. And we'll see what happens after that. Have a good night. Stay warm, and I hope